50, 60, 70 years that Nigeria has existed. Nigeria has existed. Nigeria expired in 2014. Every indigenous person at this time must go their own way. Must. That is what must happen for them to meet. If not, these terrorists that are sanctioned and brought in by Tinubu and Co, they will overrun the whole indigenous of Nigeria and Biafra land. They've already made Nigeria a safe haven for terrorists. That's exactly what that place is right now. So I want to use this opportunity to let Nnamdi KANU know that we, the United States of Biafra government, will stand with him. Be not moved. Nobody expects any fair judgment for Nnamdi KANU from the Nigerian state. Nobody expects any fair judgment for
Welcome to MC Music
from the
Talk.
Nigerian state. Nobody expects any fair judgment or fair treatment for any indigenous Nigeria from the Nigerian state. No one. We already know it's going to end up like this. Most Biafrans already know. But we are going to see how this game is going to end up. The United States of Biafra is a sovereign nation as we speak. Nigeria is currently occupying a foreign land, and they must leave Biafra land. They must leave Biafra land. They must leave the 40 states of the United States of Biafra. Nnamdi KANU is a freedom fighter. And the basic reason why he was doing what he was doing, Nigeria don't care. As long as they continue to milk that oil and ship it abroad to those that partner in criminality with them, we, the United States of Biafra, we will stop that. That milking of our natural resources and using that to embolden terrorism, that must stop. And I thank the United States of America for stepping in to declare Nigeria a country of particular concern. And we are calling on them to include more sanctions to any politician from the Nigerian state, including Tinubu, including Bianca, or not, the one that says he wants to come to the United States of America. Nigeria must be slammed with heavy sanctions for people to leave. It's not about being a country. Nigeria is not a country. It is a killing machine for Christians. It is a killing machine for indigenous Nigerians. They kill and they lie against those they are.
Connected.
One minute, please. The meaning of this now.
The globalists among them use. That is the language they use when they want to oppress, suppress, kill indigenous people. They term them terrorists. We are not terrorists. Nnamdi KANU is not a terrorist. Simon Ekpa is not a terrorist. Nigeria state is the terrorist. That is why Nigeria has been declared as the most dangerous country in the world for Christians to live. I want to use this opportunity to let the world know caution of political opponent has been widely exhibited by the Nigerian government today, headed by Tinubu, in this trial of Nnamdi Kanu. This is an attempt to and subjugate innocent citizens of Nigeria and their friends. The Nigerian state has murdered thousands of Christians and still continues to murder them today. And they continue to negotiate with them. Raise them to life. They negotiate with the terrorists because they brought them in to help them win elections, to continue to be in power, to continue to milk the oil reserve from the southern part of Nigeria. That is the major reason they continue to reintegrate and rehabilitate non-terrorists. Like I said, I don't like to use the word rehabilitate because they don't rehabilitate them. They reintegrate them, hire them into the Nigerian military and police. 47 to go after anyone that talks against what they're doing, just like they went after Nnamdi Kanu today. Tinubu and co does.
Cannot control what anyone wants to do. We can't control it.
Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment. Acceptable. But you know what? Can never stop the killing of. They do. All their agents to misinform, to lie. What is going on in Nigeria? They're saying that any action by America is going to exacerbate a worsened division along religious lines. That is absolutely misinformation, absolutely lie. Okay, or something, and they use the divide and conquer. They will send so-called Biafrans to come out and speak on their behalf. That gain from the systemic subjugation and intimidation of Nigerians by the Nigerian state. These individuals they sent on social media, they're planning to send to America again. I know America knows better than the lies and misinformation of the Nigerian state. The deceit, the terrorists. Label innocent Biafrans as terrorists. Right, if they label me as terrorist tomorrow, that is the Nigerian state for you. They leave the terrorists, the main terrorists that are murdering thousands of innocent Christians. Terrorists, but they go after those that speak against policies and their actions. That is why must be initiated against the Nigerian state for people to leave. Just for people to leave. If not, leaders cannot stand and watch as millions of indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafrans are being murdered every day by Tinubu and their cohorts using their criminal state to create those crimes against innocent people as if they obey international laws. International bodies to immediately expel Nigeria, but from the African Union, from the United Nations, from the Commonwealth. Nigeria has no business being in those organizations, and the continued allowance of Nigeria to be in those organizations is making the world a very, very dangerous place. Nigeria must be expelled immediately from the African Union, from the United Nations. They have no business being there because they do not obey the laws of these organizations. What they do is to plant Fulani reintegrated terrorists in position of authority in these organizations, in United Nations, in African Union, in Commonwealth, and make them die down. The killing of Christians of the world. They pay heavily during elections to put their own people in those positions in Commonwealth, in African Union, in United Nations, and we see them. Those organizations, we see them in those positions where they die down. The of the Nigerian state, they pay heavily. Judges in those positions, just like you have the one in the United Nations, just like we have the one in the African Union, just like we have the one in the Commonwealth. We know how they operate. Must be immediately expelled from these noble organizations for their integrity to be maintained in the world. I'm using this opportunity to call for the immediate suspension of Nigeria, African Union, organizations, human rights charters supersede country laws. Yes, countries have their independence and laws, because that is the narrative Nigeria keep misinforming the world. Yeah, we are an independent country. We have our laws. Like I heard the old man today was saying about the constitution of Nigeria. He said, oh, people have the right for them to self-determination, but self-determination must be done under the Nigerian constitution. So when nation of United Nations, of African Union, of the Commonwealth, the laws that are maintained by these organizations, is it not to make to be disciplined? Is it not meant to make leaders like Tinubu and the Fulani terrorists ruling Nigeria? Those laws in those organizations, are they not meant to curb their excesses? Are they not meant finality? Are they not meant to make sure that the world becomes a better place? Yet Tinubu through their stooges saying yes to self-determination, but self-determination must be under the constitution of the Nigerian state. How factual is that? So is that? If we allow Commonwealth, United Nations, all these other countries, all these beautiful organizations to make their laws subservient to the states, to the countries, to the leaders, then that means we are all gone. That's why Nigeria does not respect any law of all these organizations they belong to. The nation set up a committee for the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi KANU. That committee recommended that KANU should be left alone, should be released by the Nigerian government and be compensated. Did Nigeria do that? No. Did the United Nations take any action against that? No. Because the Deputy Secretary to the United Nations, the African that is a Nigerian stooge that is right there, she used her power to disrupt Nigeria. And should be fired immediately from the United Nations. Keeping Nigeria in any of these organizations of importance, the killing of innocent Nigerians, indigenous Nigerians, and indigenous Biafrans, that can never be allowed to go on. Don't follow the rules made by these organizations they belong to. World leaders, you sit on the same criminal state, and you want the world to believe in these organizations. That is not going to happen. Sanctions must be taken against Nigeria immediately for people to leave. Nigerian attorneys, the prosecutors, laws, decolonization laws, human rights laws, which are widely and widely accepted to make the world a better place, it does not apply to Nigeria. That is exactly what they are telling you. It does not apply to Nigeria. According to him, they believe that the law of Nigeria supersedes any international organization they belong to. They are very reckless in their activities, and nobody is doing anything about that. Why Nigeria must be confronted with appropriate sanctions to make people live, to make the world a better place. They thrive on criminality. They thrive on bribery. Anywhere they see something good is going to happen, they send their agents there. They bribe them. Most of the ambassadors they send into Nigeria, they bribe them with choice cars, choice homes, choice money. That is why when they engage in their criminality, those embassies, they don't talk. Those ambassadors, they don't talk. How long are we going to continue to allow things like that happen? How are we going to make countries, how are we going to make the world a better place? Again, I want to use this opportunity to let the world know that the killing of Christians by the Nigerian state can never stop if Nigeria does not obey and follow the laws of different organizations established in the world to make the world a better place. Over 5 courts discharged and acquitted Nnamdi Kanu, including the court in Kenya. But today, Nigerian government has jailed him for life. And what does that tell the world? What does that tell the world? And you have the agents scattered all over the world, lying and misinforming people. That is independence. Through a self-referendum where over 50 million Biafrans voted to exit Nigeria. And on November 29, 2024, thousands of Biafrans gathered in Latin Finland to declare our independence. That independence must be respected by every country in the world. It is the choice of the people. We've spoken. That must be respected, regardless of who you are. Because we cannot continue to live with a country that reintegrates non-terrorists into the military and the police. That is a clear red signal danger to the world. The targeting of Christians by the Nigerian state cannot continue. Nigeria must crumble for people to live. There is nothing, absolutely nothing to gain with the continued existence of that entity called Nigeria, except bloodshed by the minute, by the second, being engineered, being orchestrated, and being supported by the Nigerian politicians. Every Nigerian politician must be banned from visiting countries with integrity, like the United States of America. It must be banned. Everywhere Nigeria goes, they spread pollution, they spread blood, they spread killing, they spread crime. Anywhere Nigerian politicians go. That is why this cannot continue. This crime against humanity, cannot continue. We cannot allow it to continue. A Kenyan court, an appeal court, an Enugu court, an Aba court, all these courts has acquitted Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. And when we see him in court, fighting for his dear life, some people say, oh, he's stubborn, he doesn't want to listen. Put yourself in the shoe of Nnamdi Kanu, where your brother, your sister, your mother has been murdered back to Nigerian state. Put yourself in his shoe and tell me what you would do if you were in his position. Tell me what you will do. You will be smiling. You will behave like a disciplined child. You will not talk. You will just bow your head. You will say yes when they want you to say yes. You will say no when they want you to say no. If you were in his shoes, and in the shoes of thousands of indigenous Biafrans whose mothers, fathers, breadwinners have been killed by Tinubu and the Nigerian state, what will you do? Tell me what you will do. And their agents carry out lies on Twitter, on social media, lying their way everywhere. They expect us to keep quiet. They expect you to be confused. They will tell you, oh, Muslims are killed alive. No, Muslims are not killed alive the way they kill Christians in Nigeria. And it's not just the killing. The full integration of Nigeria into the IOC, into the Islamic organization, is not acceptable by the Christians that reside in Nigeria. You cannot carry a whole bunch of Christians and dump them into the IOC, and you expect us to live by the laws of the Sharia law. That is not going to happen. And that is not acceptable. That is what Nigeria has done. That is why today Nigeria is a member of the Islamic organization. Did we approve that? No. Did the Biafran Christians approve that? No. And they use these laws against the Christians, whether you like it or not. That is not going to be acceptable. This sentence thing today means nothing to the full restoration and declaration which we already done of the United States of Biafra. If Tinubu and God thinks that this thing they did today to Nnamdi Kanu will stop Biafra, will stop us, I'm telling them, we will come out in a different way than never seen Biafrans before. It is a practice. You cannot continue to jail our mothers, kill our fathers, our brothers and sisters, London. You expect us to keep quiet? Never, never. This game has just begun today. It's a promise. Let's get to the root of all these problems, which Nigeria has refused to address. The root of all these problems include the marginalization of Biafrans, the marginalization of indigenous Nigerians, the killing of Christians in Nigeria, the killing of innocent Biafrans that have not committed any crime, the injustice, the milking of our natural resources without any compensation, and the killing of anyone that seeks for fair treatment for our people, not obeying any judicial laws. Nigeria does not obey the laws, even the law they made. That was why Nnamdi Kanu was asking them, under what law are you trying me? Under a law that's been repealed? They couldn't have nothing. Said he got a transmitter. He bought a transmitter. Yes, he got a transmitter. That's what Nigeria said. For what? To transmit the injustice, to tell our people to run away when the Nigerian integrated terrorists are coming to kill them. What is a transmitter? Because of that, you're going to jail Nnamdi Kanu for life. Really? Really? And you think there will be peace in that part of the world? Never. It's a promise. I'm not talking about not obeying the judicial laws unless it pleases Tinubu, the bourgeois, and the Fulani Caliphate that are controlling and ruling Nigeria. And unless it pleases their European counterparts, they collaborate with to milk the resources of Biafrans. The reintegration of terrorists to the Nigerian state. The reintegration of terrorists. They spread across the world. The reintegration of non-terrorists like Boko Haram, ISIS, Israel, that found a state heaven in Nigeria, which Nnamdi Kanu was just speaking against that, just the way we are speaking. You cannot continue to reintegrate non-terrorists that kill my people, and you allow me to keep quiet. That was why Nigeria has jailed him for life. And some of you think it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. The United States of Biafra government will never even allow what happened to Nnamdi Kanu to happen to any United States of Biafra individual. Nigeria must leave Biafra land. Nigeria is currently occupying a foreign land. The undermining of the freedom of the people. The killing of thousands of Christians while negotiating with the terrorists carrying chains of guns on their necks. The lack of respect for basic human rights. Clamp down of oppositional political views, such as they did to Nnamdi Kanu, such as they colluded with Finland to Simon Ekpa, such as they listed the innocent Laredo that they published on NTA News today, such as they did to thousands of Biafrans, languishing in different jails, in different DSS jails, in different police stations, in different army barracks around the country. All these, Tinubu is not addressing it. He don't care about that. As long as he has ordered his men to continue the forceful removal of Biafrans from their home so that he can continue to milk the oil and natural resources of Biafra and ship it abroad to their partners. That's all they care for. Basic problems that cause what is happening today. Tinubu does not want to address that. He and the Nigerian politicians, they are not addressing that. But not anymore. We must address that. That has been taken care of by the independence of the United States of Biafra. We need our own nation. We have our own nation. We cannot continue to live in a country where Sharia laws are applied to Christians. We all remember the killing, the burning of Deborah in the northern part of Nigeria. She didn't commit any crime. She was just a Christian. But Tinubu and Co, they engineered the burning of that innocent Christian. What did they do about that? Absolutely nothing. The next thing they tell you, they try to tell America, oh, Christians and Muslims are killed alive. We are going to go ahead and flush out the terrorists in our land. No, Nigeria is not flushing any terrorists. What they are doing is going after those Christians that oppose the reintegration of terrorists and labeling them as terrorists. That's what they do. The real terrorists, they don't go near them. They negotiate with the real terrorists. We Christians, we Biafrans are the ones Tinubu is saying they are fishing out the terrorists. They pretend they want to follow the order by President Trump. Then they will go into Biafran forests. They go into our homes, bring out innocent indigenous Biafrans and Nigerians, kill them, label them, tag them terrorists. They'll come out and tell you they've killed 50 terrorists. They've killed 20 bandits. No, these people Tinubu is killing are innocent indigenous Nigerians and innocent indigenous Biafrans. They are not going near the terrorists. I'm telling the world to know this now. Then they come out and tell you they are going after the banditry because Donald Trump told them to go after that. No, they are intensifying their killing, subjugation, intimidation of innocent indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafrans. That is exactly what Tinubu is doing. That is why the collapse of Nigeria must happen. It must happen for people, innocent indigenous, to live. There are no two ways about that. We need very stringent sanctions against the Nigerian state. And we also need the world to recognize the United States of Biafra was declared in Latin Finland on November the 29th, 2024. Without that, without these two actions, the killing of Christians in Nigeria, we see an unprecedented level. Because the people that Tinubu and the politicians are killing and labeling as terrorists and bandits are innocent Christians. They are not the terrorists. I promise you that. They are not the terrorists. They cannot get near the terrorists. They negotiate with the terrorists. They hire the terrorists into the Nigerian military and police because indigenous Nigerians do not join Nigerian military and police anymore. They do not. Because they are polluted with reintegrated terrorists. Again, I want to use this opportunity to bring to the attention of the world of what the Nigerian state has done again today to Nnamdi Kanu. This is one of the actions of things they do to thousands of indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafrans. They do that every single day. They kill them every single day. They kill them through the policies of the reintegration of terrorists into Nigeria. It is a standing policy initiated by Tinubu and Nigerian politicians. Have to do that as one of the conditions to remember to be a member of the IOC Islamic Organization state. So do not be deceived by anything they tell you. He who wears the shoe knows where it pinches. We are the people that knows where this pain comes from, nobody else. Nobody else, we know that. You can have an idea. As we speak today, another Catholic priest has been executed. Nigeria lie their ways. They lie their ways everywhere. What happened today? They heap all the problem they cause, all the Nigerian problem, they try to heap it on the head of Nnamdi Kanu. Let no one be deceived by that. No one should be carried away by that. All this problem they hit on Nnamdi Kanu said, the problem engineered by Tinubu and the Nigerian state. At the end of the day, the Christians and indigenous Nigerians, we are always the scapegoats to the criminality of the Nigerian state. So we know that's what they do every day. They deflect all the evils they commit by using Nnamdi Kanu's case. They did this to let you all, they published it to the world. Oh, Nnamdi Kanu was doing this. Nnamdi Kanu was saying, oh, all those lies they heaped on Nnamdi Kanu with all the paid witnesses they brought. Nnamdi Kanu said they want the head of this person because of this. But Nigeria state has not tell you the thousands of innocent Christians they murder every single day. And nobody accounts for that. Indigenous of Biafrans have been murdered in their numbers. Thousands were murdered in Hepi, in Mponisha, in Aba, in Hamafu, in the Niger Delta. Many indigenous Biafrans has been murdered by the Nigerian state, by Tinubu. Who is talking about that? Somebody should answer me. Who is talking for those innocent Christians murdered by the Nigerian police, by the Nigerian military, by the Nigerian DSS? Who is going to talk for them? Or you think they are not humans, right? You think they don't deserve somebody to speak for them? Then when Nnamdi Kanu wants to speak for them, Nigerian state, Tinubu labeled him a terrorist. That is exactly what they do. What has those innocent indigenous Biafrans done? Nothing. except let my people go, except we want our own nation, except we have the right to self-determination, except we do not want to be decolonized. We want no one to colonize us. Exactly what Biafrans are saying. There are laws, international humanitarian laws that as a citizen, you have the right to do everything within your power to stop somebody who is colonizing you. It is our right, and we are going to use that. Those thousands of killings Tinubu and Co. is doing, they didn't report it. They didn't say it during the trial of Nnamdi Kanu. No, they did not. The Obibo killings, engineered by the delegitimized Southeast and South governors, working directly with the Nigerian terrorist state. You didn't hear that during that trial today. No, nobody heard that. Because Nigeria lie. They can lie their way to have whatever they want. But you know what? You know what? We are going to stop that. The United States of Biafra government, we will stop this terrorist state of Nigeria. It is our task to stop this terrorism in this part of the world. And I want to use this opportunity to call on all well-meaning country leaders to support the United States of Biafra to stop this menace of the Nigerian state, to stop this killing of the Nigerian state, to stop this marginalization, subjugation, intimidation by Tinubu and the Nigerian politicians, to stop the criminality of the Nigerian state, where thousands of dollars, billions of dollars are being acquired just by one individual, while the community lavishes in abject poverty, no good road. There's nowhere in Nigeria today you have pipe-borne water. There is no pipe-borne water. You cannot enter your house and open the tap and collect drinking water. Not in Nigeria. If you build a house, you must build a borehole. It is from that borehole that the people living in that place will be pumping water to the tank upstairs. And from the tank, they will have water in their different apartments. And this is a country that some of you milk the natural and oil resources, thousands of billions of dollars. You take it away from the innocent indigenous that need that. People collude with the politicians. You take that away from our people. Why they die? From basic illnesses. When Tinubu is sick, he flies to France. When these politicians are sick, they fly abroad. Why fly abroad when they can develop those healthcare centers in Nigeria? And some of you think it's fair. And some of you think we can continue like that. No, never. We cannot. Again, I just want to use this opportunity to thank the Biafran people as we go through this tragedy, which is 1 in a million, being carried out by the Nigerian state on a daily basis against Biafran Christians. Biafrans are Christians. The United States of Biafra government will continue to use every legal way, every means possible to defend our land. Self-defense is our right. I'm calling on the Nigerian state at this point to remove every Nigerian military or police in Biafra territory. The United States of Biafra is a sovereign nation as we speak today. You are currently occupying a foreign land. You must remove the Nigerian military, the Nigerian police, the Nigerian security from Biafra territory, from the 40 states of Biafra land. Tinubu, I'm calling on you to remove the Nigerian police military currently in Biafra land because we are a sovereign nation. That is the expectation. On that note, Honorable Mouthpiece, we're going to take 1 or 2 or 3 comments, and that will be it for the day. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. I yield.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I don't. Maybe you have to bring in the people you want to speak. Maybe if they have any comment, because I don't have the co-host to bring in anybody. I think if you can co-host me, then maybe
Okay.
I can.
All right, Famdi, go ahead. Bring them in.
Okay.
It's off. Okay, it's on now.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. You're welcome, Honorable Famdi and the Honorable Secretary for Finance for the United States of Biafra government. Go ahead, Famdi. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Her Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister and Chief of Staff of the United States of Biafra. Thank you, Biafrans, for listening. I understand how each and every one of us feel. But what happened today is a fuel that really sets in our mind and in our head the need for our freedom. Thank you, Her Excellency. You have delivered an absolutely excellent brief here. It can be better than this. Today, as the Deputy Prime Minister summarized, it's a travesty of justice. Nigeria at her best, perpetrating not only terrorism in the killing field, which is the Nigeria ground, but in the judiciary. Nigeria, which is a #1 terrorist country in the world today, has shown the world what they are. These are people that lie to the pit of hell. I don't know if you all saw it, that today also, our leader, Nnamdi KANU, pointed to the terrorist DSS man who attacked him in detention in their dungeon. This is a gross abuse. He's been denied medical care. And also today, he pointed out to the abuser. And I'm sure the world wouldn't let that pass. They've all along refused camera in the courts. Today, they had a camera in there. And what did our leader do? Nothing. This is a country that has perpetrated and done the most heinous kidnapping and act of extraordinary rendition. Now they are benefiting from their criminal acts. It doesn't happen that way. The world saw it. This is a man that has done nothing wrong. In the appeal court, set him free. The Kenyan court set him free. The Enugu court set him free. But what does the terrorist Nigerian government and their terrorist judiciary want? They want his head, but it's not going to happen. Trying someone and an extant law that doesn't exist. Nigeria did what it's known for, doing everything wrong, illegally, and then they're talking about terrorism in the country. Both the government and then their judiciary are all perpetrating terrorist acts. This is a case of terrorist Nigerian government weaponizing the judiciary for political ends to silence the voice of freedom. We cannot be silenced. We cannot be silenced. And then we are really using this opportunity and appealing to the world, to every human being that listened or watched this jungle travesty of justice today, to please support the United States of Biafra. That's the only solution. The hatred that the Nigerian government, their judiciary, and all their reintegrated terrorist Fulani, all the hatred that they have, that they have for the Christian Biafrans, it's magnanimous. It's beyond human experience. Biafrans, we are bleeding. And I know the world mourns with us. But what Biafra needs now is support. The disintegration of Nigeria terrorist government is the only solution that everyone should work for. We have tried several years, more than a century. It's not working. Can you imagine? See how these terrorists, now their judiciary. Did their judiciary see these terrorist Fulanis that are really smashing the heads of Biafrans with all these metal irons, smashing it like watermelon, as if we are not human beings? Please, the world needs to help and save Biafra. The world needs to hurry up to help and save the Christian Biafrans and some other ethnic groups that are Christians. We saw a few hours ago what they did to the Christians in the church. Oh my goodness. I saw this great grandmother or grandmother whose days are numbered and then just needed only the fresh air to breathe and get ready for her final day. And we saw her running. I couldn't hold my tears. And I'm sure everybody couldn't. Nigeria has done the most despicable and deplorable thing in the world. There shouldn't be a Nigerian country because it's nothing but a killing field. Innocent people. Thank you all. Thank you, Her Excellency, for what you have done today. Your brief is more than 100%. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, Honorable Famdian. Please, as you are on the mic, please raise up your hand. I will call you as I see your hand up. And please, it is only 1 minute. Please, only 1 minute that is needed for anything you want to say, whether it's a question or any advice. Please, 1 minute. If your hand is not raised, I will not call you, please. And I will also want to add to what Her Excellency and our Honorable Famdian said. We cannot hold onto what anyone who loves United States of Biafra or our leader Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, whatever they want to do, we don't have any power to stop whatever they want to do. So we go to Brother Don. The mic is yours. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. Our DPN. What a great speech. And he said it all. Said everything that is in my mind. Thank you for everything you have done and for coming up this evening to encourage some people who are weak. You see, as a matter of fact, unless people who don't have spiritual eyes, we know that this is where they want to head to. They are heading to. Okay? It's been playing, They have gone. He has won. Onyendu won them in every court in the whole world. Both United Nations, both Amnesty, both everybody said, let this guy go. Let him go. No, they still hold. They still hold on till death. And they don't allow him to speak, nothing to, to make the final speech. No, you don't say anything because we have decided. The template has already been written. We're going to deliver. Let the world do what they want to do because this is a sovereign nation, like they say. Since 2014, it ended up, because the way it is written, but they're still calling, you must be here. My brothers and sisters, the only thing I want to say to you, if you don't know that it is the United States of Biafra or nothing, that is already declared, restored since 29th of November, and thank you, DPL, for taking that, putting your legs into that shoe, and did what you did on the 29th. That saved us a lot. Thank you. God bless you for that. Look, everything has been done. We have to move on. If they didn't win the first war, the first war in 1960, that's 67 to 70, I saw it. I was a militia. I saw everything played out. They didn't win us for that 3 years. Since Onyendu has been there, till date, we are still standing. And since we did that restoration, we are still standing. They are fools. If anybody doesn't know that Fulani has shifted this thing to Yoruba, who really wanted to prove something because they see us as the people they have to subdue. The Yorubas are cowards, and I continue to say it. They just wanted to, they felt that we are the people they have to get down as to rule Nigeria forever. And Tinubu has an offshore refinery to continue to make. I don't think he's going to live till 2027. Anybody can say what they want, but I want to tell them, if anything happened to Onyendu, just a title of his hair, I decree and declare that that happened in Egypt, your first sons will be falling down now and there every day. The firstborn sons of the Yorubas will be going down because personally to me, they are people that we have to fight. Even in Twitter, in everything, we get them down. We expose them as much as they are. God bless you. I'm not good. There's somebody else.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your Excellency, I told them to raise up their hands, and these people.
Please just call them. There are people now in the country.
I can't see their hands, Your Excellency. So I don't know. I can't see their hands. I don't know who's next. So I can't see their hands from my end.
Let me see.
I don't see any hand.
I don't see any hands up at all.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
It's only now I see Joe Bling raise his hand. Yes. So, Joe Bling, the mic is yours.
Yeah, good evening, dear friends. Just want to put a few words through. You know, what happened in the court today is a very big blow to Biafrans, and we are looking at it, and Nigeria know what they've done. So I don't believe that this is a defeat, but rather we shall see this as a stepping stone. No way that Nnamdi Kanu will be incarcerated for life. It's not going to happen. Never when Biafra is still existing. And again, I saw this lady, Ngozi, something, Bogu something. Man, I don't know who that lady went to represent, but it's a shame to entire Igbo race that somebody like that would stand up and be speaking for Nigeria and international TV when we needed people who could speak up. But that is a shame. So, Biafrans, I don't think this will lead us to war. Rather, we should hope and pray that America completes the quest they have started. Donald Trump, he has the promise that is going to help Biafrans. This is our prayer right now in Nigeria. I know on our own we cannot do it in Nigeria because the state of Nigeria is 100% ready and looking for any loopholes to fight the Biafrans. Rather, we should help and also peace people that will also speak for Biafrans all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, the next person is Simon Izuchukwu. That's the hand I see up.
Yeah, Matisse Kelemge, Mama Diane Kelemge, Mama Gafra, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, Odogunwani, Ogranyanga Dange Kelemge Wine, Kelemge.
Sorry, hold on, Simon Izuchukwu, please. Honorable, can you mute, Honorable Fandian, can you mute your mic because we are getting a feedback? Thank you. Go ahead, Simon.
Kamba Pioso, Emma, ndị Igbo anya na-anụ ntị anaghị mgbe ọla ihe mewere dịgwa ha n'oge anaghị anụ ọ mgbadite na eruziri mmiri ruzie ha n'ọnụ ha chọmọghị nna afụgo otu o shi play today and they sentenced somebody. They came to his house to kill 28 people without no bullet, no gun, nothing, no stick. When they are reading their rubbish, I was listening to hear all those things. I didn't hear it. The sentenced man, they killed 28 people, both dog, the mother, the father died. The sentenced man who they killed 150 people in Aba without no gun, no bullet, no action. The sentenced man that was praying, they killed them. The sentenced man they killed, we could kill 3,500 people in Obibo. Nigeria didn't hear it today. After everything, no action, no investigation, nobody came to say, yes, I was there. Somebody only speech. He made a hate speech and you sentence him for terrorism. Kota de Shemekeme. Ndị Igbo nna afụghị ya. Ndị Hausa gburula isi ha. Yoruba eburuzie ya n'isi. Everybody, him na my advice today. Let all of us put hand on deck and support this government. Ihe ọbụla ọ ga-eri, ihe ọbụla ọ ga-eme, gọọmenti chọrọ n'aka anyị ka anyị na-enye nụ ya. Make sure that we regain our freedom. Life without freedom is useless. Thank you, and God bless you, Mama Biafra. Ekele m gị.
Thank
Ya
you.
dịrị gị na mma.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you so much, Simon Izuchukwu. As I don't see some hands up, I'm going to start calling names out. So I go to Dr. Nana. The mic is yours, Dr. Nana. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Mouthpiece. Good evening, Your Excellency, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, and all the cabinet members listening, fellow citizens of United States of Biafra, I greet you all. Well, I don't have much to say, but encourage Biafrans. This is a time for us to be emotional. I know what has happened demands such. This is time for us to buckle up and do what we know how to do best. This is not time for blaming anybody or gossiping up and down. It's time for us to come together as one people, to speak in one voice, because this has been going on for a long time now, and the world is watching. They are all looking at what we can be able to do. And thankfully, the government of United States of Biafra have been doing a lot. But you know, some people be expecting magic. They will just sit at the comfort of their rooms, expecting miracles to happen. Meanwhile, this freedom is not for any particular individual. It's our collective struggle. Nigerian state did not only sentence Nnamdi KANU, they sentenced the whole Igbos to life imprisonment, the whole Biafrans. So it is us that will have to free ourselves. Nobody will help us. We should not be relying on anybody. Nobody is coming for us. So that is what the message I want to pass to Biafrans. Everybody that is still sitting on the fence, hoping that this struggle is meant for a particular group of individuals. You are just dreaming. This is our struggle. It's our collective effort. And one thing I want to let us know is that Nigeria, they are good at playing mind games. You know, they are on hot seats already. They are receiving international water everywhere. So they just want to use this one to distract the attention of the world from the key point, which is the Christian genocide that everybody is now talking about. So let us not be moved and let us not be distracted. They just want to instill, to twinkle our emotions so that we all go out and then they will now say, oh, the Igbos are the cause of the problems. Now they will now focus their attention on Southeast, which is what they want. They want conventional war, and we will not fall for that. We continue to engage them the way we have been engaging them. And we thank God that it is yielding a very good result. We will engage them in a multidimensional approach, just like our PM used to say. We are engaging them diplomatically, we are engaging them, and we engage them even if the need be, because it's only a tree that you say you cut down and the tree will remain there. But when you tell somebody that you're going to kill him, he must defend himself. And I think this is the right time for every Biafran to get ready to defend his or herself, because nobody is coming for your rescue. We are on our own. We need to show the world that we are being pushed to the wall. It's only the time that we will react, that is when the world will come for our help. But if we are waiting for somebody to come and we need to raise our hands up before they will be able to pull us out. So I'm not saying anybody should start going around destroying things, but you know what I'm trying to say. You have to do the needful, because it has reached to that level. So I thank everybody that attended to this space, and I thank the DPM for the wonderful speech, for letting the world know the atrocities that this terrorist state has committed against our people and against indigenous Nigerians. Enough is enough. It is high time the international community do the needful by placing sanction on Nigeria, because it is long overdue. We cannot be folding our hands and trying to be politically correct while people are making a mass in greater every day. And then we are talking politics for action. My message to the international community: this is time for you to act. This is no more time for paperworks. This is time for action. Except you want to see millions of people dead in that part of the world. And the only way you can help to salvage millions of lives, millions of Christians, is by recognizing the United States of Biafra, which is a sovereign nation already. We declared our independence on 29th of November 2024. You recognizing Biafra as an independent state solve the problem of Christian genocide by 50 to 60%. Then the remaining or other percentage that are scattered around middle belts, we as a sovereign nation can give protection to some of these Christians. We can open our borders for them to come and seek refuge in our territory, while the international community go ahead to deal with those terrorists. So this is a suggestion to the international community listening to my voice this evening. Recognition of Biafra is very, very paramount in order to avoid the chaos that is going to befall Nigeria in the nearest future. So thank you very much, and may God bless everyone that have attended to this space. I yield my mic.
Thank you so much, Nana. I want to quickly well, before we call the next person, I know there are a couple of speakers, so we see the speakers just are the people that requested to speak. I want to just do a little highlight on the narrative that the Nigerian state usually used to misinform the world. The narrative about killing of security personnel, the narrative they throw out there. What Tinubu and the Nigerian state continuously lied to the world, forget to tell the world is the thousands of indigenous Nigerians have been murdered by the Nigerian security personnel during the march in Aba, when innocent indigenous Biafrans, they all dressed in white on white, to call for the release of Nnamdi KANU, unarmed innocent Biafrans on the streets of Aba. The Nigerian state sent their security personnel with live bullets. They killed over 200 innocent, unarmed innocent Biafrans. They were just marching. Tinubu will not tell you this. Justice Omotosho will not tell you this. The Nigerian delegitimized politicians will not tell you this. The thousands of innocent indigenous Nigerians and Christians have been murdered by the Nigerian security personnel. But they will be the first to jump and shout. A Nigerian security personnel has been killed by maybe anyone. They will use that as a plot to kill, to destroy indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafrans. They don't tell you that. Finland conducted the shambolic trial on behalf of the Nigerian state against our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. They never told all the killings conducted by the Nigerian security personnel against innocent indigenous Biafrans, innocent indigenous Nigerians. Thousands of Christians that are murdered every day due to the policy of the Nigerian state to reintegrate non-terrorists into Nigeria. They don't show you that. They will tell you they are fighting terrorism. Nigerian government is not fighting any terrorism. They are aiding and abetting and encouraging terrorism. That's what they do. We see innocent women and children born down inside their homes by these terrorists. They oil and gas and life. Innocent children will be screaming as they die with this fire burning them. That is what Nigerian state does. Pregnant women are being ripped up. Their fetus and their baby swan out and playing on the wall. Nigeria, Tinubu is not telling you about that. Thousands of Christians that go to church to worship and are murdered with live bullets in close range. Tinubu is not telling you about that. He aids and abets. He supports that. And the media, the Nigerian media, and some international media like the BBC, they are not selective on the information they send out to the world. The BBC, a stooge of the terrorist state of Nigeria. I'm telling you that. The way they report information in the southern part of Nigeria is different from the way they report it in Hausa Pidgin, and in Hausa BBC, in the Pidgin BBC, in the Igbo BBC. Different method, different criteria. They downplay the ills, the Christians of the killing of Christians in Biafra territory, in the southeast part of Nigeria. They enhance any information that comes to BBC Hausa. So the reports you get from BBC Hausa is different from the report you get from the BBC Middle Belt. Is different from the report you get from BBC Igbo or Pidgin or even the international BBC. Different. Nigerians, they are criminalized. The media, the all media, most of them, that their eyes have been tied to the genocide kept on going on every single day in Nigeria. What's that? Some Congress members, they don't believe that. Some media, they downplay that. Because Nigeria bribed their way into all these people. They bribed their way into BBC, into some of these congressmen that believe nothing is going on. Just the way they bribed their way into the United Nations by placing the lady that is there. Bribed their way into the African Union by placing the government there. Bribed their way into the Commonwealth by placing those people at those top positions that died down, the genocide going on in Nigeria every second. Tinubu does not do anything. Not that he's not doing enough. He does not do anything. And nothing can stop this machinery of thinking unless the destruction of that entity called Nigeria. Everything short of that, the world will see another safe heaven in that part of the world. And from that safe heaven, Nigeria state and the terrorists are going to launch brutal attacks to countries like the United States of America and all the civilized Western world. Because according to them, this Western is evil. They are ready to attack that. That is their belief. It's their belief. We have a woman that lost 5 children. 5 of her kids were killed by the Nigeria terrorist state. Many, no compensation. What Tinubu does is to move them. The remaining ones, you tell them to go and live in IDP camps. Is IDP camp their homes? How can they that have all the mineral and rich resources be letting their citizens in IDP camps while the terrorists are taking over their homes? Right under the watch of Tinubu, and Tinubu is lying, this politician lying all over the world that they are fighting bandits. That's what they call them. No, they are not doing anything. It's not as if they are not doing enough. They are not doing anything. It is the Christians that they bring out and kill them and persecute them and label them terrorists. Just the way they've labeled our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, just the way they've labeled Nnamdi Kanu, just the way they've been labeling thousands of Biafrans and thousands of Christians, labeling them as terrorists. And some gullible ones, some gullible criminals believe them. Shit, if you believe everything that comes out from the mouth of any politician from the state of Nigeria, that is why that country must be destroyed for people to live. It must be destroyed for people to live. World leaders must join the United States of Biafra to put heavy sanctions on Nigeria and call for the immediate dissolution of that country. If not, people are going to continue to die by the second. Uncountable. The media in Nigeria, they do not report, they downplay that. And I have typical statistical examples where deaths have been presented to some of this media. They don't report it. They don't report that because they are scared. Once they report it, Nigeria will send their terrorists to kill them or burn down their homes. It's not a country. No one can stop the destruction of Nigeria. Nobody, no individual. Nobody, I promise you. Let's go to the next speaker. Let's take
Honorable Sister Olewone.
General C was there. Sister Olewone, hold on 1 second. You can see, go ahead. Olewone, go ahead, please.
Okay. General Comrade, go ahead. And Sister Leone, you can come after the General. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I greet everybody. Well done. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good day, wherever you are. I want to thank everybody. I want to also thank our able leader, our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, for your efforts and your wonderful leadership. I appreciate. And I want to give you more kudos to your powerful speech, what you motivated everybody. You keep making us to be aware that you still have us in your heart and you are still ready to be more strong in your leadership. I appreciate that. So I want to thank you and ask God to protect you, ask God to protect your family, ask God to protect your schools, those you are working with, so that more wisdom, more enlightenment will come up. So my own point is this. I've already listened to what you told us. I've already listened to everything, but I just want to cue in my own little suggestion. I know that you are really doing well for us, but what happened now that Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment is a very big something that happened to everybody in Igbo land. Something like somebody say is a psychological something that they want to cage all the Igbo so that Igbo people will not speak again. If you watch how things been done. And I wonder what the politicians of Igbo that are serving in Nigeria will be thinking about. I don't understand, because I think those people that will suffer it most are the civilians the Igbo civilians. And very soon, we don't know the next thing they can do. So I want to understand that we Igbos are now in a very big problem in Nigeria, in a very big problem. And we need to know what to do. So my honorable leader, please, I'm not saying that you are not trying. I'm not saying that you're not doing well. You are doing all your best and you're doing all your efforts. You are trying all your best. But don't think that we can also fold hands and be watching things been going like this. Because the next target may be you, because they already hold Nnamdi Kanu, they already hold Simon. But the next person they will be look for is you on how to get you. So I think it is right time the Biafran government, especially you as our leader, we put more effort to work with the USA government. Now the USA government are trying all their best to bring an end to all this Christian killing in Nigeria. And when they say something like Christian killing, they will say it's happening in eastern side, something like that. So it's right time we can go and negotiate with the USA government, please, if it can be more possible, because I think it's the best thing to do now. We have mineral resources in our side. We have mineral resources in our country, in Biafra side. You can, I say that if you're in a better position to negotiate, give the USA government 30 years, 40 years to work with you. Give them, you need something to pull up.
Thank you so much. As far as our options and what we're going to do, don't worry about that. We are doing everything possible. And again, those suggestions, people just say things are on their mind and all that. But again, the government is working steadily with all the necessary rules that guide a new nation, and we are following everything we need to do to make sure that we get our allies to support us to protect our land. So again, your opinion is said there, but we don't want to waste more time on the recommendations on what the government is going to do or not. This is not that we're talking about the ruling that the Nigerian terrorist state did today, and I truly appreciate. So if you can round up, we'll go to the next person, please. Thank you.
Okay, ma. Okay. Let me round up. If you are going that side, is okay. Number one. And what I want to do, I round it up is, if it can be possible, I'm seeing something like second civil war may happen at any time. So we need to prepare more to defend our land mostly. Even though we can do whatever we want to do, we need to prepare more to defend our land.
Thank you.
Anything can happen. We need to do it. Thank you, ma, and God bless.
Thank you so much. The defense of Biafra land and our people will depend on all. The defense of our land will depend on Biafra people. Again, I think we have to get used to know that this freedom that we have gotten, the protection of that freedom lies on all Biafrans, on all our hand. And that is when we constantly say that the freedom of the United States of Biafra people, the freedom of Biafra people does not depend on any individual. It does not depend on Nnamdi Kanu. It does not depend on Simon Ekpa. It does not depend on Dr. Orabueze, even if I'm not here today. The protection, the full protection of the 40 states of Biafra land must happen. And those that will do it are the Biafran people. So again, I just want to clarify that the protection of our land is going to be done by Biafra people. One other thing I wanted to talk briefly about, on somebody is on Twitter, this so-called, there are some people that are trying to spread the narrative that the challenges in Nigeria is not a religious or Christian or Muslim thing, that these challenges that Nigeria is facing, bringing Nigeria as one Nigeria is going to solve that problem. Anyone telling you about one Nigeria, you must go and investigate who recommended that person to talk. Who brought that person to talk to you? Nothing. There is nothing like one Nigeria. Anyone propagating that is encouraging the more killing of Christians, the more destruction of indigenous Nigerians in that enclave called Nigeria. Those are the words you hear from the stooges of people like Tinubu and co. that has power, that has money, and are deceiving the world. So there is something that needs to be done to bring lasting solution to Nigeria. No, there is nothing like that. Nobody exists. Nobody lives with reintegrated terrorists. Anybody telling you that there is something that you can do to change a non-terrorist from acting that which he or she is trained for all the years of his life, that person is a criminal, and that person does not mean well for humanity. It's nothing, absolutely nothing you can do to stop a terrorist who hates Western civilization, a terrorist who does not believe in what you do as a Christian. There is nothing, even if you lock the person up with you inside one room for 100 years, he will never, ever, ever be your friend. That animosity, that enmity, once he sees other fellow Islamic terrorists, that thing will come out on him and he will kill you, slide your throat in a minute. Talk less of a country that reintegrates non-terrorists. There is nothing that will make the Christians in Nigeria to live and exist with this Islamic terrorism that have been brought in by Tinubu and the Nigerian politicians. Nothing will never ever make them coexist. That is why I know the only solution that will make people live is the immediate dissolution of that enclave called Nigeria. Immediate sanctions against Nigeria and the Nigerian politicians. That must happen to make people live, to make indigenous to live, to make the world a better. For the United States of Biafra, we are seeking the support of our allies. Now, the United States of Biafra is already gone. We've already declared our independence. That right must be respected by everyone and every group and every organization. Currently, Nigeria is occupying a foreign land. They must leave our land. We will make them leave our land because they cannot be in our land, forcefully taking away our citizens, killing us, jailing us, labeling us with all forms of terrorism name, bandit name, and we allow them to go free. That will not happen. They must leave our land. I'll call on you, Sister Lewin. Go ahead.
Greeting, Honorable DPM. Thank you for your wonderful speech. And I'm sure Biafrans and all friends heard what you said. And our international allies heard what you said. And also thank you to all that have spoken and all Biafrans here present.
Can you check that? Can you check your phone? It's cracking a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. You know what happened? What happened today shows how far the Nigerian government has fallen. Nigerian government is so drunk with innocent blood, and this innocent blood has blinded their conscience. The good thing is the world is seeing all the evidence before their own eyes. There's nothing hidden under the sun. As Nnamdi Kanu warned them that things like this will happen, and nobody took him serious. Nigeria is a nation with educated illiterates, absolutely educated illiterates. From the president to the governors, all the things that are happening, they still went ahead to give the sentence they gave to Nnamdi Kanu. They are making a complete caricature of themselves, complete caricature before the whole world. The saying in Igbo language that says, "Onyara mahuno onyara, munno onyara mana ara na onyara."
Sister Lawune, your phone is still cracking up. I don't know if that's from me or I'm the only one that is noticing that sound. I don't know if you're using a speaker or something. I don't know. But
yeah, Your Excellency, she's very clear. I think maybe it's from you. Maybe are you using any earpiece?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So the foolishness of Nigeria is so obvious. Stupidity of Nigeria is so obvious. Always say about common sense, but common sense, Nigeria has no common sense, because if they've got common sense, they will know that what they are doing is completely wrong. Biafra cannot be silent. Biafra cannot be stopped. The nation of Biafra has already been redeclared in Leti, Finland on the 29th of November 2024. And that is where all of us stand. And I'm using this podium to ask all Biafrans to come together and face what is facing us. Time for gossip is gone. The time for fighting is gone. Have to join hands together and get back to our country, because the Red Sea has already been divided by God. And God is asking us to pass through the Red Sea. Nothing is stopping us from going into our Biafra land. Nothing is stopping us. Not even Nigeria government can stop us. We are the one that is afraid to take what belongs to us. Intimidation has to stop. The fear has to stop. Biafra nation is a mighty nation. And I'm calling on all the international bodies to recognize the nation of Biafra, because Nigeria is already a failed state. Nigeria is going nowhere. Nigeria is beyond redemption, because you can't spill this amount of blood and still think you're a nation like Nigeria can progress.
Sorry, General Comrade, please mute your mic. Please mute your mic, General Comrade, please. Please go ahead.
All Biafrans should come together, march together, not marching into war, but standing together. Because what is giving Nigeria giving them the what's the word to use? Allowing them to say what they are saying, to act how they are acting, to intimidate Biafrans, to kill Biafrans, is because of some Biafrans that's allowing them to do this. Because Biafra was already a nation before Nigeria and British happened to us. The good thing is the Biafra of today is not the same as Biafra of yesterday. Nigeria knows that Biafra has already been redeclared, and they know they can't do anything about it. Most Biafrans are still yet to get this into their skull that Nigeria is even afraid of Biafrans, because only somebody that is afraid, that is a bully, can give a sentence they gave to Nnamdi Kanu today. Because Nigeria acted like bullies. What they've been doing is bullying Biafrans with the barrel of the gun. Then, as the DPM said, they continue to integrate known terrorists into their army, into their police. And they were going into our forest. That was why Nnamdi Kanu created the ESM when he did, to protect our forest. Now Nigeria has been made a Muslim country. There's nothing else anybody can do, because this is the agenda. Anybody that is speaking differently, the person is already compromised. So now, Biafrans, do not be afraid. We already gotten our nation, but we all have to come together and claim what belongs to us. For Nigeria happened to everybody, because anybody Nigeria happens to is gone, just like Nigeria happened to Finland. Use our resources from our own land to kill us, to buy the gun they're even using to shoot us. They've killed so many Biafrans, and those languishing in the prison. Because Nigeria has no shame. No matter how much blood they spill, they will still come out to claim innocence. They still come out to tell you they are a nation. But all the attributes of a nation has already left Nigeria. Nigeria is like a whitewashed grave. Every politician there is just continue to consume money, to continue to steal from the nation. They know Nigeria is not working. Continue to lie to themselves. The Biafrans that continue to support Nigerians are the most stupid people that are around now in Nigeria or outside Nigeria. Because whether you like it or not, Nigeria is going nowhere. Nigeria is already a failed state. Because the blood of the innocent that has been killed can never restore the nation like Nigeria. Now, we human beings are crying. But in few days, the blood of the innocent will start crying. And when the blood of the innocent start crying, Nigeria will be looking for Biafrans to restore. They will be the one to call us. Say, go. If you want to go. Because the blood of the innocent, from the womb to the grave that they've killed, about to rise. And believe me, just like what one of the gentlemen said, the first son of the governors, just like it happened in the days of Israel and Egypt, when they refused the Israelites to go, it will start from their first son, because the Bible is going round, because we are the modern Egyptian and Israelites. All right. So whatever Nigeria is doing now, they will all pay for it. But Nigerians, stand together, come together. No more fighting. Come together and face what is facing us. Because God has already given us our nation.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much. We go.
So we just take
Amy Njoku, yeah.
We just take only two more speakers, please, and then we can go. Only two.
Your Excellency, I think it's only Amy Njoku remaining.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Amy Njoku, please, the mic is yours. Amy Njoku, are you there? Maybe if he's not there, then I think it's finished, Your Excellency.
All right. I think we're going to come to the end of this. Again, thank you so much, dear friends, for listening and joining us on this space today. And thank you for all the people that made out time from your special busy schedule to join us. The gentlemen and men of the press, the allies, our allies that are listening privately, and those that are listening anonymously. Thank you all so much for joining us. And again, we are not here to weep or be here to cry over spilled milk. Our reason for being here today is to bring to the attention of the world of the atrocities that are continuously being committed by the Nigerian state, while they label innocent citizens that try to bring those atrocities to the public, while they label them as either terrorists or terrorist financiers. The United States of Biafra government will not continue to allow this to happen. We will not fold our hands and watch why those that are calling for one Nigeria continue to reintegrate terrorists into Nigeria and use these terrorists to kill indigenous Biafrans and indigenous Nigerians, while Tinubu and the Nigerian state and their cohorts collude either through transnational repression or aggression or criminalization to call innocent Biafrans, innocent Christians, label them as terrorist financiers or engaging in terrorism, while the real terrorists that the Nigerian government reintegrates, give them AK-47, hire them into the Nigerian military and police, are freely walking on the streets of Nigeria. We will not allow that to happen. I want to also use this opportunity to call on the United States of America to immediately penalize Nigeria with the heaviest sanctions so that people can live. Nigeria has already been designated as a country of particular concern. That is what they are. That is what they should be. Nigeria should be expelled from the United Nations, from the African Union, from the Commonwealth, from any organization where the rights of human beings, the rights of individuals are established. Nigeria must be expelled from those organizations to preserve the integrity of those organizations, because Nigeria is a killing machine. Nigeria must crumble, must be divided, must dissolve for citizens to live. If that does not happen, there will be the intensification of the killing of Christians in that enclave called Nigeria. Tinubu and God, they are not doing anything. The only thing they are doing is going to countries and bribing them not to talk about the atrocities, these atrocities going on in Nigeria. They are ready to use the oil money, which are milked from Biafra land, to bribe these individuals, whether they are legislators, whether they are leaders of the world. They are ready to bribe them with all these economic gains for them to continue to lie. The same way they lie their way into some international media organizations like the BBC to continue to downplay the killing of Christians in that enclave called Nigeria. I want to let the world know this criminalization of innocent Biafrans, this killing of innocent indigenous in Nigeria cannot continue. It cannot be allowed to continue. Nigeria has murdered millions of indigenous Nigerians. Many of them have lost their homes. Nigeria has burnt their homes. Nigeria reintegrate non-terrorists, hire them into the military and police. What else do you need? The task of those military and police is the complete Islamization of Nigeria. That is why they reintegrate these terrorists. We will not allow that to happen. Not under our watch. The sentencing today of our Nnamdi KANU to life imprisonment, to hanging. Actually, they are terrorists. They wanted to hang him publicly. That is a plot of the Nigerian state. We are not going to watch why they hang all the Christians that are in Nigeria, because that is the agenda of Tinubu. We will not allow that to happen. Anyone telling you about the complexities of the Nigerian state is just not being honest. Those are the words that Tinubu and Co tell them to go and parade all over social media. There is no complexity. You cannot carve a country that will integrate terrorists, and then you expect that tomorrow those terrorists are going to change and all of a sudden become nice people. That will never happen. Will never happen. And Nigeria, they derive joy in reintegrating these non-terrorists. I can tell you over 80% of the Nigerian military and police today are being handled by reintegrated terrorists at every end of the affairs. And we, Christians, we cannot allow ourselves to stay in the same country with reintegrated terrorists. Only the absolute dissolution of that entity will save the life of people. Instead, sanctions against their politicians that exist must follow immediately. Nothing more, nothing less than that. Killing, this subjugation, this intimidation, this lack of respect for the laws of organizations that they are part of must stop. Should stop. Anyone, any leader, any business with any Nigerian politician or Nigerian leader is encouraging the killing and murdering of Christians and indigenous Nigerians. On that note, we will come to the close of this space. And we want our Nnamdi KANU to be strong. Do not be moved, for that which you seek, we already got. And we attack our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. Do not be moved, for that which you seek, we, the Biafran people, we already got it. And we will do everything humanly possible within our legal right, physical right, to ensure that we do not continue to endure this subjugation, this killing, this criminalization, this leveling of tens of innocent Biafrans. We cannot leave this fight to our children, our grandchildren. We will end this subjugation of humanity and make sure Nigeria crumbles as quickly as possible. Please support the United States of Biafra government under my leadership, Dr. Orabueze, and the United States of Biafra cabinet members, and the 40 states of the United States of Biafra. Together, we will end this monster called Nigeria. Together, we will end this criminalization of innocent indigenous Nigerians and Biafrans back in the Nigerian state. Together, we will stop this milking of our crude oil and our natural resources to ship it abroad to better the life of others while our own people die. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. And may God bless us. And may God bless the United States of Biafra. And may God bless the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, for putting Nigeria back on the countries of particular concern. That is what they are. Let no one move you. Nothing will change. There's no change till we make it. It will only get worse. Thank you so much, my listeners. And may you have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you for honoring Ohamadike Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Eba, and all wonderful Biafrans. Thank you so much.